Well, it looks like I lost my pad or I misplaced it. So we are now 12,378,167 shares. 12,378,167 shares of Railtown. Basically 12.4 million shares. I don't see them all, but I received a comment, I guess from YouTube while I was on the phone. I just happened to see it. And the comment was, Railtown is dead. Look, if you want to go lose your money, go hop around on all the stocks that the Charm Boys have you into. Now, I notice you'll have activity, you'll have action, and it won't be dead. You'll feel alive. But if you want to make money, hang on to Railtown, add to Railtown, buy Railtown, hold Railtown, grab every share of Railtown you can if you want to change your financial account. But otherwise, if you're addicted to action and being victimized, just hop from stock to stock to stock. Too late to benefit and too early to get out. Railtown right now is 44.5 by 45.71, 117,000 shares. It's down a penny. And if I had to guess, they're going to keep hitting it. We know what the shorts do. They sell stock that doesn't exist. We know what the stock loan departments do. They let shorts borrow stock that doesn't exist. We know what your brokerage firm does. They give you security entitlements instead of stock. We know what happens to the stock. It goes to the DTC in one big block in the street name of your brokerage firm, which is then used as collateral for derivatives. We know this. We know all of this. Yet we still demand instant gratification. And guys and girls, this isn't going to be the case with Railtown. If I had to guess, they're going to get it down because there's too many of you. There's too many of you who are sitting here looking at this. There's a lot of you who are buying. A lot of you are not buying. Oh my God, there's something wrong. It's down. There's got to be something wrong. Guys, there's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. You're just dealing with your own human nature and psychology. But let's go through it. We'll go through as many things as we can. Now, Energy Vault is almost $3. It's $2.70. So if you want to go chase that, please go. I would say the place to find the best information about Energy Vault is Ham Short Killer on Twitter and Dirty Randy on Twitter. GDC is up 5 cents at 7.75. I'd like to quickly talk to you about that in a minute. But again, if you want information on GDC, you need to go get some excitement. Follow Dirty Randy or Ham Short Killer on Twitter. Those may be great places to go get your fix for action. It'll cost you. Well, maybe not. I mean, those may work. I don't know. But in general, if you pick 3 dozen stocks, how do you know which one's going to work? These might be the two. But I don't know enough about them. So if you need to understand the story and those two, Dirty Randy, Ham Short Killer. And I think Patient Swings also follows them. Finger is up 14 cents at 170. And, G-Bucks is down 2.5 cents at 53 cents. So G-Bucks, I I guess if you wanted to give bucks, you gave them. But not everything works. You want the hot money. You want to gamble. Go gamble. I'm trying to get away from that, and I'm telling you, Railtown is worth, in my judgment, $5 to $10 now. I can't prove it to you because the lawyers don't finish their frickin' job. I don't know if you've ever hired attorneys. Now, one of you said I hate them. I don't hate them. I get frustrated with attorneys. But it's like going into a different time warp. They don't care about stock price. They don't care if you lose money in the market. They just care that their bills get paid. That's all it is. That's all it is. All right, I want to talk about this just quickly. I'm not trying to be negative, but Bill Miko yesterday pointed out that GDC had a press release saying that their Bitcoin's worth $22.75 or something a share, something like that, $22 a share. Well, I think they made it, I'm not saying they did it on purpose, but if you take the Palace Capital, 875 million in Bitcoin, and you add the existing shares of GDC to the issued shares of GDC to buy Palace Capital, you come up with almost 56 million shares. It's really $15 to $16 a share. It's not $22.75. It's $15 to $16 a share. Does that mean anything? I don't know. To me, it's another, kind of question mark. What's going on? But the value I don't even know if that's fully diluted. The value just on the face of it, existing shares of GDC combined with the shares they issued to buy Palace Capital Holding is 55,995,433. When you divide $875 million of Palace Capital Bitcoin by 55,995,433, you get $15.62. You do not get $22.75. I can't explain it. I'm sure there's a reason, but and maybe you can explain where I'm wrong, but it's just something to know. Of course, it's still higher than the stock's price now, if everything can be accepted. Railtown is still bidding 44.5. I'm sure they'll hit that. You guys get ready for it to go down another 10%. And if that's going to shake you out, I'm sorry. I can't fight it anymore. I cannot fight not all of you, but many of you have the need to win every day. You are just retail. You aren't institutional. You don't have, and I don't either. I don't either, by the way. We do not have access to information, hot trading, hot ideas that make any sense. So we have to buy and wait. And in the case of Railtown, I guess I'll just go through the story again with you. But in the case of Railtown, I know what I wanted to do before I came on, damn it. See if I can do it right now. I was going to show you something. I got to find it first. Got to find it. And it was a while ago. And I I wish I had done this before I signed on. I guess that guy's sending me the comment that Railtown is dead. Dude, if it's too dead for you, go lose your money somewhere. But at 45 cents, Railtown is probably a $9 stock. You can make 20x on your money if you just wait. But you know what it means? You got to wait. And that's just painful as hell, waiting. It's just painful. It's better. It's like Bill Michael. He had to act. It felt good to act. I know he said he had to buy some machinery, but when he got capital, he put it in GDC. So I don't know. I'm not picking on him. It just feels good to act. Act. God, I did something today. Because we feel so powerless in this world. And so acting is the elixir to our powerlessness. All right, let me see if I can find this. I wanted to show it to you. I wish I had done it before I signed on, but I'm just, I'm as frustrated as you are. I'm as at my wit's end, but it is time to buy Railtown. Buy. Yeah, but it's dead, and Energy Vault's tripled, and GDC is quadrupled, and Joe Mama has called a few times. Life just bloody goes on. So I can't find it. Where can I find this? January, February, March. Okay, probably February. Or March. Oh, gosh. It's not March. Okay, so maybe it's February. Maybe it is February. Here, is that it? No. Is that it? No. February. Why do I have that? Here, I just happened to see this from Warren Buffett. Reasons to sell. Needs money for something else. Number 2, loses confidence in management. 3, loses confidence in the business. 4, the stock is overvalued. Railtown is not overvalued. Railtown is selling for 1/10, even 1/5 of what it should be. And the delay of attorneys does not reflect on management. It does not reflect on business. Attorneys take their bloody time. Attorneys stall. Attorneys take forever. Attorneys are paid for by the hour. Stop yelling at us. We're not the attorneys. It sounds like you hate attorneys. I can't find this. Darn it. I wish I had done it before. before. Yeah. Let me think of where else I can find it. Darn it. Okay. Let's do this. Well, I'll do it that way. I'll take this. I'll go. All right, I'm only going to show you part of this. And you're going to say, well, that doesn't prove anything. And you might be right. But I'm not willing to show more because I don't want to show where, I really don't want to show where it's from. All right, let's see. If I do this, that gets big so you can see it. All right. I don't know if you can see this, but this is the news that I saw on Twitter months ago. AIP Partnerships has 160 companies. Its network is doing 400 million in revenues. AIP Partnerships network is doing 400 million in revenues. And you're sitting there, Railtown's dead. That's not true, number one. Just because the stock price is being punished by short sellers and the lawyers don't finish their job, so the buyers are non-existent, doesn't mean the company's not moving ahead rapidly. And for the news to be posted on Twitter that AI Partnerships has 160 companies in its network doing 400 million in revenue. I didn't make that up. So what's the goal? AI Partnerships was set up by John Ruffalo, Dr. Tom Core, Mike Norbrega, and a few other people. And the whole idea was to emulate Constellation Software's model. Rollup. What does Rollup mean? Acquire. One Battlestar Galactica accumulates a bunch of other ships as it goes through the space of AI technology. And it goes through as a convoy, as a, it goes through as a bigger company. So the network right now, it doesn't mean much. But as I read to you yesterday, once this deal is finalized and the two companies are together, they're going to aggressively, it's in their press release, aggressively execute their plan to roll up a large part of $400 million in revenue. What does Rollup mean? Acquire the companies into the mothership, and the only thing holding it up is the attorneys. It's the only thing. You sound like you hate attorneys. I don't hate attorneys. I find them full of themselves, and they don't know how to make money. All they know how to do is send you a bill for money. Anyway, I know getting upset doesn't help. Getting upset doesn't help. Getting upset doesn't help. Trying to find I'm not going to find it. Should have highlighted it. But the way to make money is to establish your position and then wait. But a lot of people can't wait because G-Bucks is going to go to 150. And so how can I wait? And that's, Railtown isn't that kind of investment. It's not hot money. It's not, I'm going to check it every single day and see if it's up. I suggest to you that the fact that it's not up gives you a chance to buy more of it, not the other way around. Oh my God, it's not going up, therefore there's something wrong. No, hey, look, it's not going up. I can buy more. That's how I'd look at it. But there's a pretty good blurb. There's a pretty good blurb here. But I'm not finding it. All right. Well, I guess the thing is I can't find it. All right. But the point is, you got in early in Railtown. Some of you paid more than Railtown's trading for now. Some of you paid less. You got in early. Well, we got to wait. That's it. The attorneys are probably not going to finish their work this week. I bet they don't finish it in September. So I think we have to wait until October. It's just how it is. You've got pompous attorneys and probably good attorneys too. But to them, their work is more important than you. Their work is more important than your satisfaction each day. Their work is more important than the company making money. Their work, there's nothing more than important than their work. And they're going to take their time doing it. And that's just life. We just have to get used to it. But the good thing is, once it's finished, we don't have to ever wait again. We don't have to ever wait again. And are we closer to the end? Yeah, we're a lot closer. I don't think it'll happen this week. I personally don't think it's going to happen in September. I think it'll be October, and that's just life. But how far away is October? October is a week away. Well, no, a week and a half away. Well, we have to wait till October. That's just life. It's just life. But is it worth it? Railtown is trading at 45 cents. And in 3 weeks, it could be $4.50. Is that worth it? I think so. I think so. On 10,000 shares right now, $4,500 becomes $45,000. I think it's worth waiting 2 weeks. But that's what we're going to have to wait is 2 weeks. And you can't torture yourself every single day and say Railtown is dead. If you need to go chase stocks, go chase them. I'm not going to stop you. Go do what you need to do. And good luck. Good luck. Follow him. Follow Dirty Randy. Follow Patient Swings. I don't know who else to tell you. Follow Frank Benedetto. He's always got a good stock to suck you into. And then he comes out and tells you he sold 80% of it just before the news, and then it goes down. He's always ready for you to come in to a beauty. All right, it's 120. Railtown is 45 cents, 124,000 shares. I saw 40,000, 39.95 trade this morning on the bid, and I know it was all fixed shares. It had to be. Nobody's selling. The insiders aren't selling. Knowledgeable people aren't selling. The bankers aren't selling. The people that put up money in the recent funding aren't selling. Some of you might be selling, but nobody that knows the story is selling. How do I know? They can't buy or sell. They're not allowed to do either one. They can't do either one. The only people selling are the criminals. And they know your personality. They know it. They know it. Well, I can't find the quote that I wanted to read. All right, let's let me just show you something. Have you heard of Alfredo Pareto? I think that was his name. Let's see what it was. Pareto. The Pareto principle. Vilfredo Pareto. I think his middle name was Alfredo. But anyway, he came up with the 80-20 rule. So in other words, roughly 80% of an outcome comes from 20% of the variables. 80% of your revenue comes from 20% of your customers. So let's just go through a little thing. I just showed you. I deleted all reference to where I got it, but I got it on Twitter in February. AIP Partners does not the AIP Partners top company, but the network does 400 million revenue. The network does 400 million in revenue as of February. 160 companies collectively do 400 million in revenue. And because the attorneys can't finish their job and will not finish their job, just plan on it. The attorneys will not finish their job until you lose your patience. They just won't. They won't. It won't happen this weekend. It won't happen next weekend. It won't happen until October. And then when we get into October, it won't happen until Halloween. And then when we get to Halloween, it won't happen until Christmas. The attorneys are never going to finish. Ever. Let's just accept that. But that doesn't mean the companies aren't making money. That doesn't mean value isn't being created. And that doesn't mean that once the attorneys finish, that the stock isn't going to explode higher. And I'll show you one of the reasons why. 400 million in annual recurring revenue distributed amongst 160 companies in the AI Partners network. The whole goal of the top company is to roll up these companies into that company a la Constellation Software. Well, if you use the Pareto optimal rule, the Vilfredo, I think it's Alfredo Pareto, the 80-20 rule, we know that 80% of this revenue comes from 20% of these companies, right? It's just a rule of thumb. So we know 20% of these companies is 16 plus 16 is 32 companies. We know probably they have to roll up acquire 32 companies. What does that mean to you? On an 80% of your revenue comes from 20%. They need to roll up 32 companies to get 80% of that revenue. What does that mean to you? To me, it means that you've got at least 32 decision makers, probably more like 5 per company. So it's probably 150 people to talk to get just those 32 companies to sign an engagement letter. And they have attorneys and they have boards. So every time something changes, they all have to review it. So it becomes very complicated. It's people. Have you ever tried to get through Union Station or Grand Central Station or drive down the highway when there's people in front of you making decisions? When people as a group are making decisions, there isn't more stupidity and slowness and frustration ever that you're going to experience. So you got 32 companies that probably they want to get their hands on. It's a lot of decision makers. It's a lot of people. It's a lot of personalities. And the lawyers probably have to do the work to get those 32 companies locked in. But what is AIP partnerships? What is it? What is AIP? It's just a concept. It's five guys and a concept. The concept is, let's start an affiliation of 160 companies. Maybe they charge a little bit of a fee annually, but AIP isn't worth very much. So how does AIP acquire 32 companies without doing what Logic did? Remember, Logic announced they were going to roll up 8 companies for $1 billion, but as soon as they took one company, the rest all scattered. Why? Because the deal wasn't attractive to the remaining companies. Why? Because Logic was just a tiny shell company. So they had to give up, I don't remember, probably 85% of their shares just to roll up one company. Well, what's left in the 15% for the other companies? Not much. Not much. Especially when you're just talking about projections. So how does AIP roll up 32 companies? What if AIP merges or is acquired by the company that has the hottest product in AI software development? What if they are acquired by the company who created Conductor? Railtown. All of a sudden, instead of these 32 companies being rolled up by AIP, which is just a concept, 5 guys and an idea, all of a sudden, it's Railtown, AIP, it's Railtown AIP acquiring 32 companies. Why is that different? Well, Conductor on its own, if it does 100 million in revenue, I'm not saying this year, I'm saying next year, 100 million revenue at 50x, it's a $5 billion company. All of a sudden, you've got Railtown AIP together representing, I'm making some assumptions here, but you've got a company that can legitimately say, you know what, we're worth 5 billion, or maybe we're worth 2 billion, whatever they can show with their revenues. So when they go to negotiate to aggressively acquire these companies, they can make a deal that's good for everyone. They don't get wiped out like Logic. So the first step in how AIP can roll up 80% of 400 million, roll up 32 companies. Why don't we get acquired by a more substantial company? We're just five guys and an idea. Why don't we get bought out by the best AI product that has been invented by anybody? That could be worth 5 billion out of the block next year. I mean, 6 months from now, 9 months from now. That gives us leverage to make the acquisition. So number one step is for the attorneys to finish this. They won't. Don't anticipate it. Just tell yourself the attorneys are never going to finish, ever. Then you won't be upset. They're just not going to finish. You can't pressure them. You can't call them. You can't make it make sense to them that the criminals are going to destroy the stock price and we're going to have to start from a lower. None of it will work. The attorneys will not finish. Accept it. Just accept it. But let's see what's going on in the background. Let's see what's going on in the background. Railtown and AIP together are more substantial by far than AIP all by itself. So AIP, I think, would meet the same fate or a similar fate as Logic as it started to roll up these companies, because AIP isn't really worth anything. So it's a bit of it's a sales job. Now, they may have been able to do it better than Brent Sun, but I don't know. It's a tough task. So, number one thing, merge with Railtown and you've got some heft. Once you have the heft, and by the way, it's in the press release on February 11th. As soon as the lawyers finish this bloody thing, and they won't, I'm telling you, the lawyers will not finish while you are watching, while you are waiting, while you're waking up every day. The lawyers will not do it. That's their power. They don't want to give up their power. That's their importance. They don't want to give up their importance. But they're just clerks. And they know it. They don't invent things. They don't have ideas. They just put somebody else's product onto a piece of paper. And they don't want to release that because it's how they feel important. Oh, you sound like you hate attorneys. Well, show me any situation where an attorney gets it done overnight. Unless they're suing you, unless it's your wife asking for a divorce, then it happens overnight. Unless they're trying to take an asset from you. All right, so now we have Railtown. AIP acquiring 32 companies aggressively. And what is 80% of 400 million? 320 million. So the network at AIP does 400 million in revenue. If what I saw on Twitter is accurate, and if I'm telling you the truth, that I saw it on Twitter, Railtown and AIP together can negotiate with the top 32 companies, or 80% of that revenue is 320 million. 80% of that revenue is 320 million. Let's say it takes 9 months to acquire those companies. So let's say it's October, November, December. Let's say by July next year, by July 2026, they have rolled up 32 companies for 320 million. What's it worth? What's that worth? Well, there's some variables. $320 million in revenue is huge, by the way. But there's some variables. We don't know until the attorneys are finished. And before you ask, the attorneys are not going to be finished. Just get over it. They're never going to finish while you're watching. They just won't. All right, so 320 million. There's a few questions. I'm sure there's other questions you can think of. But here would be, in 9 months, here would be my questions. What is the growth rate of the revenue? Let me put that up there. Annual recurring revenue. What is the growth rate of that? Is it growing rapidly or slowly? I don't know. What is the multiple at that time that companies are paying, or Wall Street is paying, or investors are valuing revenue in AI companies, software companies at that time, subject to the growth rate? We don't know any of that until the attorneys are getting finished. And please, before you ask, the attorneys simply will not finish ever while you're watching. It's like physics. If you watch, the cat is dead. And then the question is, how many shares are outstanding? How many shares are outstanding? And we don't know. I mean, Yahoo right now has 139 million. I saw in their last filing two or three different numbers. I don't know the answer. But why don't we do this? Why don't we assume the growth rate is low, therefore the multiple is low, and let's assume the shares are higher than I've said before. So let's use a multiple of 25x, not 50, not 75, not 100, not 150, not 200, which is what deals are going for. Let's use 25x. So 320 million times 25 gives you 8 billion. In market cap. Just from the AIP roll-up companies. Let's divide that by 250 million, because I don't know how many shares are going to be out. Let's go overboard. So just from the roll-up of the top 20%, 32 companies, you get $32 a share. Now, you may have to wait 9 months to get there. And as the guy told me when he texted me today, it's dead. It's dead. Well, if you're not mature enough, and I'm not picking on the 99.9% of you, I'm talking to that one guy, I don't know who it was. I think 32 is a great number. Now that's just AIP. It's 9 months from now, in my example. So just from AIP, you're paying 45 cents to hold it or buy it today. That's 71 times your money. 71 times your money in 9 months. You know what you got to do is get a hobby. Go on a walk with your wife. Buy a dog. Go play golf. Race cars. Go to the casino. But what you cannot do is, out of impatience, sell Railtown because G-Bucks was going up. You can't do it. By the way, that number right there is just from AIP. What if on top of that, Railtown, by 9 months, what if Railtown came in at 100 million, and instead of being 25x, instead of using 100x or 150x or 200x, we just use 50x. All of a sudden we're adding 5 billion. And 5 billion, I should be able to do it in my head, I know, divided by 250 million shares, which is probably way higher than they're going to have. That's $20 a share. $20 plus $32 gives you a target in 9 months of $52 a share. What if Railtown's conductor does 100 million at 50x because it's growing quickly? That's 5 billion. That gives you another $20 a share using 250 million shares. 20 plus 32 gives you $52 target in 9 months. I can't wait 9 months. I can't wait tomorrow. I mean, the lawyers, the attorneys don't finish. I just can't wait. I can't stand it. G-Bucks is going up. MULN, there's stocks out there I can trade, and I've got to wait. Well, if you get $52, and if you buy the stock today, what's the last trade on the stock? $0.45. So if you hold it here or buy it here, from here to $52, you make 115 times your money, but you don't want to wait because G-Bucks is going up. You make 115 times your money. Guys, Railtown I think Railtown's worth more than 100 million in annual recurring revenue next year. But I don't know if AIP will be able to roll up 32 companies. Which would be 320 million. This is going on while the attorneys argue over whether or not is should be the word, or are should be the word, or if on page 245, the entry should say 250 versus 350. While the attorneys argue, the company is making business. And Railtown, I would submit to you, sometime by the end of this year, by the end of first quarter, forward revenues will be 100 million from conductor, and AIP, the Rollup, by 9 months from now, be 300 million. That adds up to 400 million. If I'm wrong here, I could be wrong there. That could be 200 million. But anyway, that's 400 million in annual recurring revenue, forward revenue, let's say in 9 months. Let's say by Easter. Well, if you have 400 million in revenue, and you don't use 100x, you don't use 150x, you don't use 200x, but you go ahead and use 50x, I don't know. 50x, I think it's going to be 20 billion, but let's find out. Yep, you have a $20 billion company. And if we use, I don't know, I think it's too many shares. 250 million shares. You've got an $80 stock. $80 divided by 45 cents. You have 177x. But you can't wait. You don't want to buy more. You don't want to buy more because G-Bucks is going up. G-Bucks is into gold and into Bitcoin, and G-Bucks has offshore people and Goldman Sachs, and it's a large short business. You got to be over there in G-Bucks. But if you wait 9 months, there's very good odds that Railtown is going to have evidence of 400 million in revenue going forward, growing at a fast rate, rapid rate, therefore earning a 50x multiple, a $20 billion company. Now, could I be wrong? Sure. But what number do you use? We don't know because the attorneys aren't finished. And let me tell you, the attorneys are not going to finish. They simply will not finish while you're watching. It's quantum attorney. It's quantum legal. It's like quantum physics. If you look, the electron moves. If you look at the attorneys, they stop working. It's just how it is. So we're going to stop looking, and maybe they'll finish. But cut this down. Cut that $80 down in half. That's $40. Cut it down a little less than half. It's $45. And guess what $45 is? $45 is 100x from here. 100x, but you got to wait 9 months. Oh my God. I can't wait. It's dead. I can't wait. I've got to be over in G-Bucks. I've got to go over there. It's on the conference calls every day. It's got all the action. Give me the dice. I got to roll it. Put me on the come. Put me on the 6 the hard way. Put me on the 5 and put me on 8 the hard way, and let's roll that dice. Let's get going. I can't stand it. I can't wait 9 months. I need action right now. I need it. Give me that action. Oh, I lost my money. Well, that's all right. Railtown wasn't doing anything anyway. It's okay that I put it over in G-Bucks and I lost everything. I'm not trying to pick on G-Bucks. I'm just using a name that I remember from all these other stocks, that's all. All right, let's see where the prices are. $45.5 to $45.91. They will get the stock down today, and that's just how it is, because the attorneys will not finish today. They will not finish tomorrow. They will not finish this weekend, and they probably won't finish in September. The attorneys will not finish. But the company is moving forward with the selling of Conductor and the roll-up, the tie-up of these high revenue AI partner network companies. So while the attorneys tell each other bad jokes, the company is producing. While the attorneys are an albatross on production, the company is producing. You sound like you hate attorneys. No, I don't hate them. You're going to be glad these attorneys take so long. They're just slow. But when they finally finish, you're going to be glad that document is there, because when Microsoft comes and pays $250 a share, it's going to rely on those documents. I'm making a wild ass target of a buyout number. I have no idea. I don't even know who would buy it. All right, so Railtown is trading now at 45.68. The volume's 146,000. 10,000 shares went off at 45.68. And, that's where we are. It's in the red. Guys, why is the stock flat to down? Why? All of the institutions in Canada who do business with Canaccord Genuity, the only investment bank in Canada who knows anything about what's going on with Railtown, all of those institutions are not hearing from Canaccord Genuity. Why? Because it's in a quiet period. What will end the quiet period? When the attorneys finish their work. When are the attorneys going to finish? Never. Not while we're looking. Not while we're watching. We have to stop watching the attorneys. The attorneys simply will not be rushed. All of the whales and family offices and venture capital firms and retirement accounts and ETFs and mutual funds who could purchase Railtown, number one, they haven't heard of it. Number two, it's under $1. And number three, if they are already investors in Railtown, if they know Marwan Haddad, if they know Corey Brandolini, if they're close to the company, they can't buy anything. When can they buy? When the attorneys finish their work. When are the attorneys going to finish their work? Never. The attorneys will not finish whilst we are watching. It's called quantum legal. It's like quantum physics. If you look, the cat dies. All of the investors in AIP companies, all the 160 companies, all of the insiders, all of the founders, all of those 165 contacts, they can't buy either. Most of them. They can't buy either. Why not? Because the company is in a quiet period. Why? Because the attorneys do not finish their work. When are they going to finish? Never. Not while we're watching. The attorneys will not finish their work while we are looking at it. It's like Schroeder's cat. As soon as we open the box, it's dead. All of the investors in CSU, Constellation Software, who are close to John Ruffalo or Mike Nabrega, they can't buy. Why? It's a quiet period. When does the quiet period end? When the attorneys finish their work. When are the attorneys going to finish their work? Never. While we are looking. If we watch the attorneys, it's like opening the box and Schroeder's cat is dead. It's just as simple as that. Just take it out of your mind. The attorneys will never finish while we are looking. Just take it off your agenda. But in 9 months, $55 a share. Obviously, I'm picking a number. I backed it up with my calculations. It could be 12 months. It could be 24 months. But on the other hand, it could be 6 months. $55 a share. But you don't want to wait. You want to know what the attorneys are doing. Why don't the attorneys finish? The attorneys are not going to finish whilst we're watching. It is quantum physics. It's quantum legal work. If we look, the attorneys go to sleep. Just like physics, if you look, the electron goes another direction. So we just got to stop looking. If we stop demanding of the stock market every single morning, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Have the attorneys finished yet? Have the attorneys finished yet? Have the attorneys finished yet? And instead we change the message in our head to the attorneys are never going to finish whilst we're looking. Then it's different. Every morning we wake up, we expect the sellers to sell stock that doesn't exist. So the stock is going to be in the red every single day for the last 6 weeks. The stock is in the red because of the corrupt stock market, because nobody enforces security laws, and the attorneys, in the case of Railtown, it's not in evidence, so they don't believe it, that the system is corrupt and that they have to hurry up and get the job done. That's not what they were taught to do in school. So guys, we have to stop putting pressure on the market, on the stock, on ourselves, asking when are the attorneys going to finish? They're not. The attorneys will not finish whilst we look. The cat will be dead. As often as we open the box, the cat will be dead. As soon as we stop looking in the box, the cat's alive. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Now, do I think it's going to be another 7 months? No. Do I think it's going to be another 7 days? Sure. Could be. Could be 7 hours. Could be 7 more weeks. I'm tired of predicting it. All I know is if we put pressure on it, they fall asleep. They go on vacation. They pick their noses and pick other parts of their body. Well, you sound like you hate attorneys. No, I just know what attorneys are. They're slower than the World Bank. And while I look at it, G-Bucks is 50 cents. That's pretty good. GDC's up 9.5 cents at 7.79. The Negev Desert is up 37.5, 273.5, and finger motion is up 12, and Railtown is down 0.6 of a penny. It's down 1.38% at 45.68, and the shorts don't know anything. They know nothing. They don't think about the long term. They're day traders and they're swing traders. There are no shorts in Railtown trying to steal the entire market cap. There's just shorts that got trapped by their algorithms when the news came out and said MOU. That's all it is. There's nobody that did a deal with Jeff Easton. There's no hedge fund that's trying to drive Railtown to a penny. That's not there in this situation. It's just day traders trying to take advantage of your impatience. That's all it is. How should we be responding to this? I don't have any money. I don't have any money. But if I had money, I'd be buying every single share I had. I mean, I don't know what I could sell. I don't even have anything to sell anymore. But you're going to regret not buying Railtown here. You're going to regret not holding Railtown here. And you're going to regret not adding to Railtown here. But what's your price? What's the penalty? What price do you have to pay to get 100 times your money in 9 months? What is the price you have to pay? You got to wait. And you have to endure silence. And you have to realize there's a quiet period. So buyers are non-existent. The only selling is shares that don't exist. And you look at the stock market price and you say, oh my gosh, there's something wrong. Oh, the stock is dead. Oh my gosh, I could be over in MULN. I could be over in Genius. Oh my gosh. Well, why don't you just realize that it's a quiet period? And the quiet period is not going to end while we're asking, are we there yet? 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 The quiet period won't end. Are the attorneys done yet? Are the attorneys finished yet? Are the attorneys finished yet? Have the attorneys finished the paperwork yet? Have the attorneys finished? They won't finish while we're asking. They just won't. It's just not possible. It's quantum legal. When you look, the electrons go in the opposite direction. It's just how it is. The attorneys will not finish while we are looking. You sound like you hate attorneys, and stop yelling at us because we're not the attorneys. All right, I apologize. It's 45.25 by 46, 10 by 60,000. Who is selling 60,000 shares? Nobody, except the criminals. And the attorneys don't believe the criminals exist because attorneys don't believe anything exists unless it goes through their pea brain. Or if it's entered into evidence in front of an equally pea brain sized judge's brain. That's just how it is. It's just how it is. Energy Vault is up 40 cents at 275. GDC is up 11.5 cents at $7.81. Finger is up 12 cents at 168. G-Bucks is down 5 cents at 50 cents. Railtown is down. It will finish the day in the red. Why? Because the attorneys will not complete their work. The company will not come out of its quiet period while we are asking about it. It just won't happen. COSM is up 2 cents at 95 cents. Next strip is down 10 cents at 345. Mountain is down 7 cents at 1168. Wolf is down 19 cents, but it's $11.15. They don't have any attorneys taking forever. Soundhound is up 76 cents at 1588, and Soundhound is a good company to compare Railtown and AIP to. Soundhound, last I looked, was doing 100 million or 140 million in revenue, not making money. And it trades for almost 6 billion in market cap. 6 billion in market cap at 200 million shares is a $30 stock. But we won't know that until the attorneys finish their work. When are they going to finish? Never. As long as we're impatient, as long as we're asking, as long as we're looking every day and saying the stock is dead, the attorneys are not going to finish. It's just a fact. It's been 7 months. It'll be 7.5 months. And if you ask again, if I ask again, it'll be 8 months. It's just how it is. That's the hell we are in with attorneys. Oh, you sound like you hate attorneys. No, I'm frustrated with them. I'm frustrated with them. And I'm a little sick of just talking about the same thing day after day after day. My target, $55 May 5th next year. $55. If you focus on that, and multiply it by the number of shares you have, you can say, well, you know what? It doesn't matter that I missed out on G-Bucks going from 60 cents to $8 and now it's 50 cents. Doesn't matter that I missed out on that, because I know in 9 months my account's going to be pretty. Now, of course, there's a risk. We need to see the information. The stock market needs to be strong. The AI 2.0 market needs to be strong. Multiples still need to be strong. All of those things. But we can't get started on that journey until the attorneys are complete in their work. When are they going to complete their work? Not when we're asking about it. Not when we're looking at it. It's quantum physics. It's quantum legal. If you look, the cat is dead. Schrodinger's cat is dead. However you say his name. JP Morgan is saying now that stocks are going to explode higher. What have I been telling you for a long time? Look for stocks to explode higher, JP Morgan says. Let's see what they're saying. JP Morgan thinks that this is the beginning of the easing, and there's another 100 basis point of interest rate cuts coming. Wow. Wow. What's their target on the market? They don't give the target on the market. I remember telling you about Intel. Let's see what this guy. It's here. It is Intel. What was the established price? Entry price $22.56. I actually think when I said to you that sounds like a good idea, it was around $21. Where is it now? Where is Intel now? $30. Wow. I didn't have the money to play Intel, but look at that. Intel's gone from 21 to $30 while we wait on Railtown. So Kamala Harris says that Tim Walz was not her first choice. She has a book coming out. I'm sure you're going to want to read it. Pete Buttigieg was her first choice. Oh. Federal judge blocks Trump from deporting Guatemalan children to their home country. I kind of agree. Why should children have to go through that? I don't know. There's no real news going on, guys. So I guess we're not missing much. Four Israeli soldiers are killed in southern Gaza Strip. 4 Israeli soldiers. That is terrible. And it is terrible. They're all young men. They don't deserve to die. But imagine there's 400,000 Palestinians dead by some estimates, but they don't get any news coverage. All right, let's go back to the stock prices. Soundhound's still up 75 cents. And by the way, that shows that AI is real. Look at Soundhound. They're not profitable, but it's almost $6 billion in market cap, and it's similar revenue as what Railtown can expect to have on its own without the AI partners. But you can't know that until the attorneys are finished. And when are the attorneys going to finish? Sometime in the future. When we stop looking, when we stop asking, when we least expect it, they'll finish. They're not going to finish while we ask about it. Railtown is now down a penny at 46 cents, 45.25 to 45.73. So they want to drive it down. Last trade 860 shares at 46 cents. All right, I'm going to go through your comments and questions. But I'm going to have some water first because my head is pounding. I know what John's going to ask. John's going to ask, am I going to talk about gold and silver? My sense of gold and silver is, look, I think gold's headed to as high as $100,000 an ounce over the next many years. Most of that move will come at the end when it's just wealth preservation. But a lot of that move is going to create wealth if you own gold. Gold has moved east. It continues to move east. China, Russia, Iran, and in the United States, the UK, Canada, Australia, Europe. Gold is looked as a barbaric relic, like Keynes was reported to have said. He used those words, but it wasn't exactly what he meant. And American, European, UK, Western investors haven't caught on yet. Some have, but there isn't a rush to gold like what's going to come. I think the wealth creation move in gold will be from about, 4,000 now to 20, 30, 40,000. So I think that portion will be wealth creation. The rest of the move will just be the dollar collapsing. The dollar's going down, make no mistake about that, but you're still at a point in the gold story where you can make a lot of money. Silver, unfortunately, has more than doubled from when I wanted to reestablish my positions. And I've tried talking people into buying it in the 20s and 30s. But silver will very quickly make all-time highs and join other investments in the everything bubble. But it won't be bubble prices. It's the only asset out there that I know of that in nominal terms still has not met its all-time high. So silver is a brilliant asset to accumulate right now. For the longer term. And it's similar. I think silver is probably headed to, I don't know. If I tell you $1,000 an ounce, you're not going to believe me. But if I tell you silver is going to go to par With gold, you won't believe me either. But silver is a better metal than gold for investing, I think. Platinum and palladium have similar qualities as silver in the sense that the markets are very small. I think platinum has the catalytic converter. I think it's platinum. And it also has Asian demand as a monetary metal. But I think both platinum and palladium will go along for the ride. And one of those, I forget which one, has outperformed this year so far. I don't think it's complicated, though. If you want to play precious metals, the thing you should go out and buy is junk silver. Just buy bags of it if you can afford it. It's called constitutional silver, but it's junk silver to most people. When the newspapers catch on, the premium per ounce for junk silver, I think will go to double the value. So I think you'll get a chance to sell your junk silver and replace it with silver bars, and then incrementally increase the amount of silver you own. That's why I would start there. Also, in terms of a civil unrest or a breakdown in society, people will understand what a silver dime is worth, or a silver nickel, or a silver quarter, or for that matter, a silver 50-cent piece, the JFK silver $50. The next thing I'd buy is the Walking Liberty, the US silver coin. Why? Because everybody recognizes it. And if you buy it from a reputable dealer, I would recommend gold, silver, APMEX, I think it's called Bullion Doctor, or Silver Bullion Doctor. I'll find the name for you. And possibly Miles Franklin. I've never used Miles Franklin, but I've listened to the founder, and he sounds really good. That's where I'd go to buy that. You can buy Canadian silver or British or Australian or Austrian, but in the heat of battle, everyone will recognize the Walking Liberty. You have to be careful, though, that there were rumors of counterfeit coins last time everything got hot and heavy. So it's best to buy from one of those dealers, and maybe your local dealer too. If you buy anything in a box or a bag, don't open it, because if silver becomes unattainable, there's going to be a frenzy. And if you want to get your money quickly, you'll, like for example with APMEX, you call in and you'll speak to somebody and they'll ask you what you have. You tell them, they'll put you on hold, and they'll come back and they'll give you an offer. Or I'm sorry, they'll give you a bid. You're the one trying to make the offer, so they'll give you a bid. You'll accept it, and you'll have probably 48 hours. You might have 72 hours to overnight your silver to them. They send you an email and they send you a packaging slip in that email so you can go down to whatever service you want to use, the post office. But anyway, they give you that. So if it's already in a box, already in a bag, you can do it very quickly. If you've opened it up, you can still do it, but they're not going to get your money to you right away until they count everything. They're not going to count right away because in a mania, they just won't have the staff. So the best thing is not to open any of it. If you need to look, buy a small sleeve extra so you can look at it. I don't know really how to buy platinum or palladium. I don't know. I'll have to look into that. You can buy gold that same way, or you can buy gold. There's this, I showed it to you the other day. Oh gosh. I just can't remember the name of it now. Anyway, they keep gold in little bits, and you get a card, and you can spend your card or just keep it. What is the darn name of it? I can't remember. Anyway, there's places you can buy gold and have a debit card against it. Yeah, anyway, that's about all I have to say about those physical purchases. The ETFs like SLV and GLD, that's where a lot of money will go, but you got to be careful. They don't really own a lot of what they say they do, or at least in the run up they won't. So those are trading vehicles. Mostly they're good trading vehicles. And then there's the miners, the stocks. Now what's good for many of you who invested in the small gold company, my feedback, that company's getting a lot of interest from other investors. And that's what's happening. The private equity boys and girls and the venture capital money has gone to the bigger gold companies, but it kind of waterfalls down to the lesser known companies, and it's coming to the smaller companies, and the miners are starting to pick up. And that's probably where you and I will make money in the bull market in gold and silver, is in the miners. But I'd like to see Railtown give you your 20x at least before you start diversifying into the mining space. And I guess my gut instinct on gold and silver, everybody's talking about it, so it probably will go up a little bit longer. But that's usually when the system puts in a sell-off, right? When everybody's buying and it's in the headlines. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a pullback in gold and silver, just as a head fake. And that would be a great time to buy if it happens. But unfortunately, I think if you want to own physical, you just have to buy it wherever the price is, and maybe do it on a dollar cost averaging basis. But you just kind of have to own it, because it won't matter in the future. It won't matter what you paid for it in dollar terms. It will just matter that you own gold, silver, platinum, palladium. And yes, Bitcoin and XRP and Ethereum and all these things matter. But they really haven't been tested in a market crash. And I'm not saying they won't work in a market crash. But the most undervalued asset out there is silver. Let's see where the prices are. Railtown's 45.45, 45.25 to 46, 156,000 shares, and 500 shares went off at 45.45, just 500 shares. And that knocked out the bid, I guess. Just 500 shares gets the stock down 1.87%. And the reason that's possible is because the real buyers can't come in because the stock's in a quiet period. When does the stock come out of a quiet period? When the attorneys finish the merger agreement and allow the company to announce it. When is that going to happen? Not while we're watching. It won't happen while we're watching. So we just have to get used to that. GDC's up 5 cents to 7.75. And I think, unless I'm missing something, that merger, and I may be missing something, but that merger makes it worth $15 a share maybe. But the market's telling you that's not true, so you have to be careful. It's 234. I'm going to go through your questions. I'm not going to get stuck on any negative comments. I just want to see if anybody bought more shares. If there's anything negative, I'm just going to skip it. Not that you don't have a right to your negative opinion, but I don't have the energy for it today. Hey, Fast Eddie, how are you? Well, Bill, Eddie Rawlings, Jeff Grimm, hi, how are you? Andy Brewer, hi. Donna, hello, Donna. Eddie Rawlings, did you sign in? I think I did. Julie Kim, good morning. Giuseppe says hello to everyone here. Thank you for that. Julius Quinn, salutations. It's going to be a good day for Railtown. I don't know about today. I don't think anything's going to happen with Railtown until next week, and psychologically, I don't think it'll be until October. The bid is 44 cents, and again, the attorneys don't care about that. They're not here to look out for the stock price. They're not here to look out for investors. And that's just how it is, unfortunately. They do have an important job, which is to make sure that the merger agreements stand the test of time, and that as value gets added to these two companies, that the documents are such that everyone gets along, everyone benefits, but that the value accrues to shareholders. So it's important what they're doing. I'm just personally right at the end of my limit with these attorneys. I don't even know why they went to law school if they can't get this done. But hey, that's just me. Hey, Jack Hamilton, how are you? Jack, hold strong is also an action. That's true. You have to recommit to holding. And I think that's why you're holding $55 a share. I think that's why you're holding. Donna says, hey, Jack. Eddie Eagle. There's Fast Eddie. How are you? Both Eddies are fast. Hey, Gary. How are you? Daniel Wissington, buy when no one wants it. Hurry up and buy more. I agree with you. The volume today now shows 37,000, but I swear earlier it showed 121 or 126,000. I can't explain that. 10,000 shares just went off at 45.25, which took out the bid. And I'm telling you, no insiders are selling, no big shareholders are selling, no institutions are selling, no whales are selling. The problem is that the ability of short sellers via computer to sell stock that does not exist, is not located, continues, whether they're day short sellers, swing short sellers, or maybe there's an arbitrage going on. But the selling will not stop. The fake selling will not stop. In fact, it'll probably be increased as long as the attorneys do whatever the heck they're doing. But we're not going to be able to get the attorneys to speed up. We're not going to get the attorneys to finish. And that's just how it is. It's just how it is. And it's probably not just the attorneys. It's probably the regulators. There's probably some business decisions in there. But we're just not going to get this merger agreement signed, sealed, and delivered as we ask about it every day, as we worry about it every day. It's just not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. When we're not looking, it'll get done. But Railtown is about to be down 2 cents. It's down 1 3/4, and the attorneys do not care about that. But in fairness, we're not in this for day trading. We're not in this for hot money. We're not in this so that we can get out at, well, you might be, but I don't think it'll make sense to get out at $4. Now that'll work to the advantage of the shorts. All this delay, and maybe the attorneys are working with the shorts, who knows? But all this delay gets you impatient, so when it finally goes up, you get out. And remember, the only shares that are available are our 12 million shares. It's the only shares that are available. This is the old number, 12 million shares. It's the only shares. And they want you to give it to them. So they put you through this torture. And I can't. It's one of the it's one of the most boring dynamics I can talk about. It's like talking about calculus. It's really, or golf. It's like talking about golf. It's 44 by 45.5, 26,920 by 57.5. Thoughtful Thursday. There's the good guy. I am almost legend. Thoughtful Thursday. I was wondering if you have a LinkedIn account. Corey posted last night on LinkedIn. I do have one, but I never use it anymore. Let's see what Corey said last night. Corey Brandolini. Corey Brandolini. LinkedIn. Railtown. That guy looks fit. He looks fit. All right, let's see. There's two Corey Brandolini's. There it is. Let's see what he posted. He said, "We're thrilled to announce the launch of our agentic framework designed to make building." Is that what you're talking about? 20 hours ago. Here's what Corey posted. I'll read it to you. That's great. I'm almost legend. Corey Brandolini reposted this 20 hours ago. Introducing Railtracks, the open source agentic framework. We are thrilled to announce the launch of our agentic framework designed to make building autonomous AI agents faster and easier. Build complex agent flows in pure Python. I don't know what that is. With local visualizations to easily debug and share your work with no sign up required. Whether you are prototyping a Slack bot, no idea, or deploying a full-scale RAG pipeline, Railtex turns ideas into working agents in minutes. Built by developers for developers, open source, ready to roll. Star it and build with it. Your contributions help shape the future of agentic development. Quickly transform ideas into intelligent agents. Code first flows make AI development as fast as thinking in Python. Agent visualizer. Understand an agent's logic with step-by-step tracing, monitor runs and executions, and enhance output quality. Pre-built orchestration layers. Orchestrate agents with ready-to-use layers like tools, RAG, Notion, GitHub, and API integrations. I wonder, I'm almost legend, if Railtown made a press release. Let me look. The company has a LinkedIn. Let me see what it says. So they just have the last news that Railtown with AI partnerships announced a partnership with Brait AI. That's great. I'm almost legend. That's awesome. That is awesome. Thank you for pointing that out. All right, CJ Yukon just bought 2,000 more. Yay, yay, yay. Yay, yay, yay. Brilliant. I'm almost legend. Just wondered if you have a LinkedIn account. so you can see more of what's going on in real time instead of stale information. Yeah, I have a LinkedIn. I don't really know how to use LinkedIn, but I think I have one. So I'd have to engage it. But it's well noted. I should be checking their LinkedIn pages. I will. Plus, it may help you not frustrate yourself to Darth Vader when people make certain comments that get you off the rails. Yes. 100 million in billable legal hours, Justin Babish says. He's giving up. Justin Babish is saying a lot of lawyers are working on it. And I think that's right. And John Croissant says, good morning from sunny California. And then he says, are we going to look at gold, silver, and platinum? Yes, I want to. My own goal is to get through Railtown. I never thought Railtown would take this long with the attorneys. I never did. I couldn't have imagined it because there's a necessity to get moving. There really is. But that's not something you can convince attorneys of. You can't. You can't do it. But I think from these prices in Railtown, there may be 20 to 25x ahead in the short run. And let's say it gets to $14, $15 a share. Depending on the information we have, we may be able to use like 5% of our margin to buy more Railtown or to buy silver. Damn Yankee, still in the deep end from Finger. Well, I know. That just shows how hard it is, because one decision is to buy. The hardest decision is to sell. And anyway, I don't want to go through my story again with Finger, but you can make money in Finger and then lose it all fairly quickly as well. And my opinion, Dan Yankee, is that as long as you have established enough ownership of Railtown, I think Railtown will make up for being in the deep end in Finger. And I think you'll get out of the red and into the green. You got to own enough. I mean, if you own 1,000 shares of Railtown and you had owned, whatever, 50,000 shares of Finger, I mean, obviously it's not going to make it that much of a difference. So you have to own enough, commensurate with what you owned in Finger. But I don't expect Finger to give you great rates of return in the short run. I think the good things that could happen to Finger are they have a great set of investors, and they've been working on the insurance companies and the big data for quite some time. It's Sapientus. If there's a breakthrough there, or an AI breakthrough there, you could see the stock shows some strength. But I think Finger Motion is going to need to raise money. And even the investors who were close to the company, always seem to ask for a discount in the stock price. So I think there's some, I don't want to say rough waters, but there's some potential for lower prices over the next some period of months, 1, 2, 3 months, if they have to raise money. I think the C2 contract could bring in some revenue at some point in maybe our fourth quarter, and they could start showing positive earnings. But I don't think that they press their bet very much, and so I don't think I don't think that revenue is going to get a huge multiple, but it's good. It's a step in the right direction. But I don't think you're going to get a miracle out of finger motion. My opinion, I don't know where finger motion is trading. Let me look. I don't know. Finger motion is $1.69. It's showing some strength, but right now you could for 1 unit of finger motion, you could buy almost 4 units, particularly if you round it up a little bit. You could buy 4 shares of Railtown for 1 share of finger motion. It's not exactly that. It's 3.67, but if you round it up a bit. And I think over the next 2 weeks to 6 weeks, I think it's very believable that Railtown will be worth more per share than finger motion is. Not today. I mean, even if finger motion goes up, I think Railtown will be worth more per share than finger motion, let's say within 6 weeks. So the opportunity to transfer 1 share of finger motion, maybe adding a little bit of money, tiny bit, into 4 shares of Railtown, that's what I would do, damn Yankee. And you would get out of the deep end, if I'm right. You'd get out of the deep end of the pool very quickly. And I think you'd be in the kiddie pool politely. I'm not making any bad comment, but you'll be in the waiting pool. Let me say it that way. You'll be in the waiting pool very quickly, and next thing you'll know, you'll be up by the bar sipping your favorite beverage and talking with your friends because you'll be in the green. So that's what I would do, damn Yankee. I would take my losses in finger right now, buy Railtown. I think I'm going to be correct, but let me put it this way. If I'm correct, Railtown will do very well in the next 31 days. At that point, if Railtown's up some number, 10x, 15x, you can sell some of your Railtown and buy back into finger, and you will have established your tax loss. And I think your account will be in better shape. Now, the risk is that something happens with finger out of the blue, like a contract or a collective effort by longs to get it to somehow squeeze. That's always a potential. And you might miss that if it happens. I don't think it's going to happen, but it might. Railtown is not without its own short squeeze story. I just hope to heck it doesn't short squeeze, because then it's going to turn the Railtown investment into hot money. And once these guys have you, and I'm not talking about anybody you know, I'm talking about all the system. Once they have you in hot money, they're ready to take your money from you. And I don't want that happening anymore. Let's see what the stock prices are as we get to 3 o'clock. Finger motion is up 13.5 to 170. Wolf is down 10 cents to 11.25. Soundhound's up 75 cents to almost $16. GDC is up 12 cents to $7.82. And Railtown, of course, is down 2 pennies at 45.03. The volume, see, that's what I don't understand. The volume now says 37,900, and it was much higher than that before. The shorts are going to keep the stock in the red. If you have the ability to look beyond the short-term pain to I think the gain within a year, of course, that's a projection, not a promise. This is a perfect time to hold Railtown, buy Railtown, add to Railtown. As long as psychologically you can tell yourself that the attorneys are not going to finish anytime that we're looking. Any pressure we put on the attorneys completing their job, it's not going to happen. It's just not going to happen. So it's 44.5 to 45.2. I do believe the attorneys are closer to finished than they are to, another drawn out weeks or months. But I'm tired of making any predictions about it. I just think you have to assume that you're going to have to wait. But it's going to be worth it. There's nothing wrong with Railtown. There's nothing that I know of that's wrong. And the upside is gigantic, if I'm right. Oh, I didn't know that. The cat has a 50-50 chance of being alive? All right, so I proved I don't know my quantum physics. Yeah, I guess I didn't know that. I thought it's alive if you don't look and dead if you do, but maybe you're right. It's just if you, yeah, okay. Well, anyway, it's still kind of, my point is that with the attorneys, when we're looking, we just don't know what we're going to get. But thank you, John. Just shows that I'm an idiot. Galadan Gaming sounds like a story of my life, and Northwest Bio approval. Well, it's not a bad analogy or a comparison, because Northwest Bio, which did take financing and has been destroyed by the shorts, Railtown hasn't done that. At least I couldn't find it. But it's similar in the sense that the shorts take advantage of the legal process. The board and the CEOs and management, they have to do everything by the book. The shorts don't. The shorts can break securities laws all day long, and there's nobody on the planet that's going to put them in jail. Nobody. So they can do it. They don't mind if, to them, it's a badge of honor that they get a lawsuit, because the whole world knows they're making money. So it's a good analogy in that sense. But Northwest Bio is largely seller boxed. That's the wrong word, but it's down so low that it's going to have a hard time really picking up. I think the only hope for Northwest Bio is they get approval, they show some commerciality, and you get two major drug companies bidding to buy the company. And then I think you'll get great returns in Northwest Bio. But until then, it's going to be short city, and it's going to be very frustrating. One thing that you've been very patient with Northwest Bio, so you do have patience. But one thing I would point out is Railtown to me is not hot money. The reason I want the attorneys to complete their job is so I can start talking about other things. I also would like the company to be able to talk about some of the questions I have, some of the things I've said. I'd like them essentially either to verify or correct the things I've said so you can actually start getting information. And buying comes in, so there's price discovery. So you can see that Railtown is what I think it is. But until then, it's just this constant. Like the guy yesterday. Is Railtown like GNS? It gets so tedious. It's 44.5 to 45.5. Now it's 191,000 shares. Last trade 45 cents, 21,639 shares at 45 cents. Whoever sold that didn't sell real shares. But the whole system is very dangerous. And attorneys don't recognize that. I think the people at Railtown do recognize it. And I think Railtown will be a big board stock, maybe by the end of the year. But Railtown's going to get out of this hell very quickly. And for those of you who own Railtown, I think you're going to get out of the hell of having to try to find an edge in this marketplace where the only people that have an edge are the people who break securities laws while selling stock that doesn't exist. And it's just time to get out of that space, I think. So it's 305, 44.5 to 45.5. Fingers up 13 cents to 169. GDC's up 8 cents to 778. Energy Vault is up 32 cents to 268. I don't know if it matters. G-Bucks is down 3.5 cents to 52.3. The only one that matters here is Railtown, 44.5 to 45.5, 191,730 shares traded. Jimbo Whitefire, William, you sound like a televangelist. Lawyers get paid hourly. There's no incentive to finish quickly. That's true. The only part about televangelism, I guess, that I left out was asking for tithing. Oh, here's this asshole again. But $6 by August? I don't remember. Did I say $6 by August? I may have, but I certainly said it in the context, Mr. Katai, Appen Katai. I said it in the context of the deal being approved and announced. So if you don't have the elasticity of thought or the expansiveness of your mind to understand that it's not just the timing, it's the action of the company being able to announce that the deal is complete. Why? So that you guys who are shorting the stock get overwhelmed by real buying. Buying can't buy right now. The real buyer. I mean, everybody here is a real buyer, but I'm talking about the big buyers, the buyers that want to own 5% of the company, 3% of the company, maybe even 10% of the company. By buying in the open market, they cannot buy Appen Kotai. And so you're just being a jerk by saying $6 by August. You're leaving off the conditional clause, which is if they get the deal completed. And they haven't gotten the deal completed, Appen Kotai. And the reason they haven't gotten the deal completed is the attorneys haven't finished the paperwork. Why haven't the attorneys finished the paperwork? One, they're incompetent. Two, they work with you. They're in collusion with you, the shorts. Three, they're not being paid enough, so they're slow walking it. Four, they're pouting. I don't think it's any of those. I suspect the reason the attorneys are taking so long, Appen Kotai, is because the deal's getting bigger and bigger by the day. And so you're going to get your butt whooped when they finally get the deal done. But you seem to be more of a day trader, so I'm sure you'll be just fine. But I think whoever is still with a very large short position, they have a day of reckoning coming that's not going to be fun. But yeah, I may have said it for August, but it was predicated on getting the deal done. But, you know, I remember warning everybody that I didn't think the attorneys would get anything done in August. Turns out I was right. I had no idea that they couldn't get anything done in September as well. The longs, Appen Kotai, when you're building a company, when you're a CEO and the board and management, you have to do everything by the book. When you make announcements, it's got to be by the book. When you talk to investors, it's got to be by the book. You have to signal your intention. And then on top of that, you have to build out your product and start selling it. And you have no idea that there's criminals like you out there when you're a CEO of a company. But Appen Kotai, I hope you're making a lot of money. Today, down 1.5 pennies on 100,000 shares. Maybe you can afford to take your chick out to dinner tonight and celebrate your crime. And, you've won on so many of these companies, so many of these shares. I'm sure you can absorb the losses that are going to come your way in Railtown if you're carrying your short position overnight. Now, I don't know if it'll be tonight. My guess is we have to wait till October. to find out whether or not the cat is alive or dead. Oh, you're such an asshole. I'm going to skip you. I'm going to skip you. I did not say $60 by September. Let me put it out there what I think, but it's plus or minus. But if you want me to make a prediction, I think it'll be $55 by May 5th, but it could take longer. It could take another year after that. It could be 18 months from now. It could happen sooner, but I say $55 a share by May 5th. Why? It's nickels, double nickels on the 55, and it's 5.5. It's easy to remember. But that's not a hard, fast prediction. And if I'm wrong, doesn't mean that I got the story wrong, Apin Kotai. And I don't really want to read any more of your crap. So Bob S. is asking, I am almost legend, if you can summarize what was said on LinkedIn. I think I got it, but maybe you can do a better job than I did. Giuseppe Grau, the Battle of Stirling Bridge. Sir William Wallace urged the Scotch troops to hold. The troops were eager to have a run at their English tormentors. But to defeat the much larger army, the strategy was to hold until the terrain was advantageous. Sometimes you just got to effing hold. I love it. So damn Yankees, just a short. Okay. Damn Yankee, for well over 2 years, I've been negative on GTII, maybe longer. I'm not going to go back through it. But GTII today is worthless. Even the attorney is now seeing what I called out months and months and months ago. And I got a lot of blowback, a lot of anger when I did. I don't think that the shell company is very attractive for the whales or the CEO to deal with, because there's a tremendous free ride in the share structure as it is now. But damn Yankee, I think GTII, I think you guys won. You kicked out everybody's ass in GTII. I don't know if you were working with the CEO, Reichman. I certainly think you brought in the derivatives hedge fund guy, Rhubarb, or whatever his name was, and you helped Alpine with their lawsuits and buying time. So I congratulate you, damn Yankee. You won. You stole the entire market cap, such as it was, of GTII. So good job. I don't have any argument with you. You won. Of course, you always win, because you can break the law and you can lie and collude and sell stock that doesn't exist, because no one on the planet is ever going to put you in prison. So good job, damn Yankee. I'm glad you made money. So now what? Hi, DMAC. Please up rail. Good for you. Good for you, DMAC. 17.5. It's awesome, DMAC. All right, so I'm Almost Legend gave you an answer, Bob S. Here's a summary. Railtrack's just launched an open source framework to quickly build and debug AI agents in Python. This is an expedit. No sign up needed. From Slackbox to RAG pipelines. It helps turn ideas into agents in minutes. That's great. I'm Almost Legend. And Bob S. said, thank you, Legend. You are Legend. Giuseppe Ingrao says AI Partnership Corp tweeted an hour ago regarding Railtrack. I think it's similar to Corey's LinkedIn post. So they are, one thing you can take away from that, Giuseppe, Railtown announced it. AI Partners, they are working together. They are going to join. It doesn't matter. We just got to stop looking in the box to see if the cat is either alive or dead. I knew all along. It's difficult to let go of finger because I've been holding over years, so it's no longer a short-term gain if and when I sell. Okay, so the point is that if finger were to go up, you would have a long-term gain, which is your best, that is your best tax bill, is the long-term gain. But let's just think that through. If you had 1,000 shares of finger right now, let me just be a little bit expansive. You could trade it for 4,000 shares of Railtown. I mean, almost. So if finger were to go from 175, I mean, how high do you think it'll go? 3? Let's say it doubles. I don't know where you would sell it. But let's say it doubles over the next 60 days and you sold it. Well, that's the problem. I don't know your tax basis. That probably would still be a loss for you. I don't know. Let's say finger goes to, I just don't see it happening. Let's say it goes to $5 again. I don't see it happening. And that you're in the green. Well, your losses in finger motion disappear. So you haven't taken advantage of your losses. And let's just say $1 a share is your profit, and you save about 15% because it's you pay, instead of paying 40% short-term gains, you pay 25% long-term gains, which is your long-term gains plus the Obama healthcare surcharge. So you save 15%. So on 1,000 shares, you save $150. But if you were to sell finger motion 1,000 shares today and your cost basis is $4, your losses are basically $2,000 on the 1,000. So if you lock in that loss, you can use that $2,000 either against your income, up to $3,000 every year, or against your gains when you sell Railtown, if you sell Railtown in the short run, which I don't think you will, but you might. So what would that save? Let's say you had 4,000 shares of Railtown, and let's say it went to $20 and you don't listen to me and you sell it. That would almost all be gain, and it'd be taxed at 40%. So you'd have to pay on 4,000 shares. So slow. It'd be 80,000. You'd pay 32,000 in taxes, but your losses you took on finger, you could reduce that 32,000 by you could reduce your gain by 2,000, so you'd save $800 there, which is more than the 150 that you're saving by just holding on to finger. And if you'll notice, the gains are so much better. If you have 1,000 shares of finger motion right now and it goes to $5, from here you're making $3,500, but you're giving up the opportunity to lock in your losses. That just disappears. You don't take any advantage of that, and you have a small gain, and you get the smaller tax charge. But if you own 4,000 shares of Railtown in that same time frame that I think finger at best could go to $5, I think Railtown easily goes to 20. You're making 80 grand. Even if you have to pay taxes, you're making more money than you are on your finger motion. Now, the thing is on Railtown, Jeff, I would submit to you, unless you just only want to trade, and you're going to be one of those guys that say, whew, it's up 10x, I got to win. I think if, as the news comes out and you get comfortable with it, it's possible that you don't sell Railtown. I mean, if there's a squeeze, you might. But it might be that you just hang on to Railtown and Microsoft buys Railtown for $150 a share. And in that case, you don't have to pay the step up in the value increase in your account. You don't have to pay that in taxes, because your share, Microsoft, if they pay shares, your basis just goes directly into your share ownership of Microsoft. And it's going to leave your finger position in the dust. I would submit to you that I understand that you think it's important to have a long-term tax clock on finger motion, but I don't know what you think's going to happen to finger motion. You think it's going to squeeze? Well, I don't. But if you do, I guess maybe it's important to have that. But in Railtown, you may not have a sell. If Constellation Software buys them, or AMD buys them, or NVIDIA, or what I think will be the most likely company is Microsoft. Why? Because Corey Brandolini sold a company to Microsoft before. Is that automatically mean they're going to sell Railtown to Microsoft? Hell no. But with the limited information I have, that's where I would go with that. And if they do sell it there, you get the whole step up in your value without paying any taxes. To do that with finger motion, you'd have to sell finger motion, pay your taxes, and put the money into another stock that went up. But if Microsoft buys Railtown, I mean, you're gonna see, I think, well over $100 a share, and I think it could be close to $300 a share. But we'll find out. I think it's. I don't think your long-term qualification for capital gains and finger motion is worth very much. You're going to miss out on a chance, even though the attorneys have taken so long, and even though they probably will take a lot longer, they are going to finish at some point. And when they finish, the company is going to come out of a quiet period, and you're going to have family offices, whales, retirement plans, mutual funds, uh, 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 maybe ETFs, retail brokers buying Railtown. And I think Railtown goes from 45 cents to 450 in a heartbeat. And if it gets over $5, it goes to 10 or 12 bucks in another heartbeat. And yeah, by definition, you'll have to, if you sell, you'll have to pay short-term capital gains. But while Railtown is giving you 20x, 25x, I think finger motion is flat. Maybe down, maybe up. So I think I understand the reluctance to get out of it because it's long term. I don't know what your motives are if you own Railtown, but I'm not 100% positive you're going to want to take a short-term gain in Railtown. If it goes to 20 bucks, these criminals who come on here to make fun of me, they're not going to find it so easy to sell stock that they don't own. I don't think they're going to be able to sell stock like they can now. And I think a lot of the stock of Railtown will be taken off the market by institutional buying. You may not agree with me, Jeff. I don't see anything in the finger motion story that is as exciting as AI 2.0. You've got data centers and the NVIDIA chips and natural gas and oil up in Canada. Data centers can be powered up in Canada. You've got the entire support of the Canadian government, Canadian businesses, and educational institutions trying to make Canada a powerhouse in the AI space. According to Morgan Stanley, that I've shown you, some of their analysts, according to James Altucher, specifically to James Altucher. He believes that AI 2.0 provides a wealth creation opportunity unlike any that's been seen since the railroads. I think he's talking about the railroads. He said a technology wealth creation opportunity greater than any in the last 150 years. And I think that's the railroads. I mean, he might be talking about the cotton gin or the sugar crushers or I don't know what else happened 150 years ago other than railroads. But in any event, AI 2.0, which is using the AI 1.0 was about this brutal, massive use of all data that's out there. AI 2.0 is more about concentrating on the actual usage of that data and in a narrower vertical window. And as I showed yesterday, Jeff, Corey Brandolini a year ago was saying the addressable market for 2025 was $25 billion, maybe $24 billion. I wrote it down. I can give you the exact number. Sorry, $21 billion. $21 billion in 2025. Well, Railtown is first to market, battle tested, proprietary, and already in the commercialization stage. If they were to get 1% of that 21 billion, I mean, I'm sure you can already do the arithmetic. That'd be $210 million. $210 million in revenue. And I think the odds of Railtown Conductor getting 1% is a slam dunk. Well, at $210 million, I mean, just use 25x. That's a $5 billion company. If you divide it by 250 million shares, which I think is being extremely conservative, it's a $21 stock. And that's just from Conductor. That's not AI Partners. When you add in AI Partners, you're suddenly up at $55. You might have to wait 9 months. And at that point, how hard is it to wait another 3 months? But you might find out that there's a bidding war to buy Railtown, and you get that entire jump up in your value without having to pay long-term or short-term taxes, because all of a sudden you own NVIDIA stock. Now, you may want to sell NVIDIA stock, and that's, but I think holding on to finger motion because you have a long-term hold period, I don't think that's a good enough reason. I don't know where finger motion could go from here. If finger motion got a gigantic contract out of the blue, maybe it could squeeze. If finger motion, if the same guys from Univest, who they don't work with anymore, helped out with some Chinese investors and some Singaporean investors and maybe some Bahamian investors to turn on the computers on the buy side and ramp it up, maybe there could be a short squeeze. But Jeff, I really question whether there will ever be a squeeze in finger motion. So if you're clinging to that, that's your right. That's your right. But I think it's more likely that Finger Motion is a company who has done 35 million in revenue 3 years in a row, and it's trading at, I think, 3 times that revenue, which is high when you have no growth. On the other hand, if they get insurances, if they get Sapientis going, if the C2 contract can grow with more rapidity, maybe it's worth 3 times that revenue. But Jeff, I don't see where in the Finger Motion story there's anything even close to the upside that you have in Railtown. And I know the attorneys are taking forever. I know it. They took a long time, and the auditors took a long time with Finger Motion. It's just how it is. It's just how it is. But I would guess Railtown has more of an odds of squeezing than Finger Motion does. I hope to hell it doesn't squeeze. But the last number I heard of the initial established shorts in Railtown was 52 million shares. They have 100 million shares in the float. It's pretty significant. Now, my opinion is some of that's arbitrage against Canada, and some of it might be covered. But even if it's 25 million shares, you could have a squeeze. I hope not. I hope not. Anyway, Jeff, I think it's crazy to cling to Finger Motion because you have a long-term gain time frame. I think Railtown, even if you pay short-term gains, which I'm not sure I'm going to recommend selling the stock in a short-term window. But even if you do, I think your net return, I mean, if you sell Railtown at $50 and you have to pay 40% in short-term taxes, that's like selling it at $30. And you'll have 4 units of Railtown versus 1 unit of Finger. I don't see Finger going to $30. Anyway, it's something you have to sit down with a pad of paper and play out all the scenarios. But I think your chance of making really healthy gains in your account, regardless of short-term or long-term, is Railtown. And I'd say at least 50% odds you never sell Railtown. That you buy it, and you may sell NVIDIA or Microsoft at some point, but you may never have a sell decision in Railtown. So taxes may not enter into it. Anyway. I'm back to red, time to buy or hold and hope. I don't know what you mean. No, I don't think Railtown is hoping. I think Railtown is making a very wise investment, and I don't think hope enters into it. But if you're hot money, I think you should go trade whatever the other, the charm boys are telling you to buy and trade. Wall Street will feed. Railtown's not for you. Hi, Uncle Bill, you're right, as Michael Burry in The Big Short. And I hope you're compensated for such a big win. Well, so far I'm not. I'm not in this for the money. I'm not being paid anything. And I don't expect to be paid anything. In fact, I believe when Railtown works, the charm boys will come to you and they'll take your money and they'll talk to CEOs and they'll get paid stock and I think our work, our collective pain and our collective work are going to benefit the Charm Boys, but more than they'll ever benefit me. But I hope maybe I'll have something going by then where I can, we can all do something together, stay together. But right now, I don't have that up and ready to go. So I'm not getting compensated. But I'll be very happy if the 200 people who have told me they own Railtown, if every one of you make a ton of money, I'm going to be very happy. And maybe that's all I'm doing this for. Tony Robinson says the greatest revenge is massive success. That's true. I agree with that. Ward Richardson, yes, waiting on RT is like waiting for water to boil. It's a very good analogy. Water only boils when you go around and do other things in the kitchen. Good things are going to happen to the patient. I agree with that. Jack Hamilton, I'm not just holding anymore. Scraped up a couple of bucks and added 451. Good for you, Jack Hamilton. That is awesome. That's exactly what you should do. Good for you, Jack. 76. That's a great position, by the way. It's a great position. That's awesome. Hey, Volstoy King. I'm agrees with Finger. Also, I have 800 shares at 274, holding for the long run. At least $5 so I can double potential. Guys, so you have 800 shares. You're in the red, and you want to hold on to the green. That's fine. So you want to turn your 800 shares into, if it goes to $5 at least, you'll have $4,000. If you put that same 800 shares into, instead of 3,200, let's call it 3,000 Railtown. I think Railtown, I'm going to go with my target in 9 months. In 9 months, you can discount that. I think my target could be off by at least 50% on the upside. But if it went to 55, you'd have 165 grand. So Volstoy King, you're going to hold on to your 800 shares of Finger, so you get $4,000, or you could buy Railtown, and I think have a really good shot of getting 165 grand. Well, can't argue with your logic. At least it'll be in the green if it happens. And that's being conservative. I think retail interest was about $7 a share. Definitely achievable. Out and not looking back. So on your 800 shares, if you get $7, you're going to turn it into $5,600 instead of turning, if you moved it right now to Railtown, let's not use 55. Let's use $25. You could turn that same amount of money into 75 grand. But hey, you know best. I'm tired. And you're not going to look back. That's one good thing. You must be a Gemini. Just never look at your decisions ever again. Most of retail would be out at $5 with this current entry. Just facts of life. Retail doesn't hold anymore these days. Well, you're a trader. I hope that people here don't sell at $5. And of course, I think you were the one that said COSM, which was shit. But I guess for you as a trader, you got in and got out. You made money. But for most people here, they would have lost money. They would have lost money. So I don't know. I don't see any logic in holding 800 shares of finger motion so it goes to $7. I think it's just stupid. You could convert it into 3,000 shares of Railtown that goes to $30. Well, most retail just get out at $5. It's just the way it is. No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. I have a lot of confidence in the brain power of the people here. But you're a hot money guy, Volstoy King, and that's good. You're good at it. Most people here are not hot money people. My average cost is less than $1.50. Well, I don't know, Jeff. I don't know how many. You have 5,000 shares of finger motion. So if we use Volstoy King's target, your 5,000 shares goes to $7. You get 35 grand. Right now, you could turn 5,000 shares into 20,000. You might have to add a little bit of money. 20,000 shares, almost 20,000 shares. I'm going to call it 20,000 shares of Railtown. 20,000 shares of Railtown at $25 is $500,000. I don't see the comparison. You're taking the risk anyway. Your upside with Railtown for that position is $500,000 at 25. If your 20,000 shares went to 55, which I think is, to me, is right up the middle of the fairway next year, you'll have over $1 million in Railtown. But you want to stubbornly hang on to your finger in case it goes to $7, so you can have 35 grand. I don't get it, Jeff. 35 grand versus $1 million. It doesn't compute to me. Volstoy King is a day trader. He doesn't even think in terms of $1 million. He thinks in terms of making 500 here and not looking back. 700 there, not looking back. 5,000 there, not looking back. That's how he thinks, because he thinks it's going to go on forever. He thinks his ability to day trade these crap stocks is going to go on forever. I don't think we have that much time. But whatever, Jeff. I can't make you see. There's nobody blinder than he who just won't see. And ain't it a shame if you won't share my vision with me? I don't think, Jeff, you're seeing your opportunity. Because the shorts keep selling, you can build a position of 20,000 shares under 50 cents. That could be worth $1 million next year. And you want to not do it because you have a long-term position of finger motion. I can't make you see it the way I see it, and maybe the way you see it is the right way to see it. You can make 35 grand or $1 million. And by the way, do you see how wide that difference is? If I'm wrong, You don't make $1 million, you make 350,000 versus 35 grand. If finger goes to $7 and you sell it. I can't find it. I just saw it last time when I was going through here. But you have to understand where the people that are giving you advice comes from. Volstoy King is a day trader. So to him, he probably already has enough money to live his life. I'm not telling you to get into Railtown as a day trader. I'm telling you that Railtown has a chance to seriously add financial assets to your account. But you got to remember the perspective that Volstoy King comes from. He's a day trader. Which is fine. It's fine. I guess it's good I can't find this because I want to end soon, but I can't find it. Anyway, I can't find it. Well, this is Volstoy Kings says, give me those short and long-term capital gains taxes. I welcome both. We're making money. That's the old argument that you shouldn't let the tax consequences keep you from taking profits. Volstoy King's full of a lot of bumper sticker sayings. Railtown's going to finish down 3 cents, so it's down 6%. I see volume now of 81,000. I don't know why. So they're going to take out the bid. without real shares. And the attorneys are not going to finish. And this is going to keep going on for many days, if not longer. And we just got to get prepared for it. But we can't forget what our target is. And we just got to live with it. And you're going to hear from Volstoy King that he wants to hang on to Finger until it goes to 7, instead of changing it for 4 shares per 1 share of Finger, for a stock that could easily go to $70. But he doesn't, Volstoy King doesn't think the way I think. To him, it's in and out. Don't look back. In, boom, pop, boom, beep, bop, boom. I don't think that way. Nice. I was averaging up on that 2 years ago at the 7. No regrets. I like the project. So again, Volstoy King wants to go green in his position in Finger. I see opportunity cost. He says he sees going green. I like it. He's going to go from 150 in Finger, and it'll go up 4x, maybe 5x to $7, 5x. Railtown can go up 100x, but that doesn't bother Volstoy King, because he wants to get that trade in Finger and say he was in the green. To me, that just means Volstoy King will always have, compared to, well, I don't know, probably compared to day traders, he's got a great account. But he's one bad trade away, one streak away. Whatever. That's what, it's his money. He wants to take his money and make sure Finger, which there's no guarantee Finger's going to 7, by the way, but he wants to see Finger go from 150 to $7 instead of seeing Railtown go from 45 cents to $45. Somehow that makes sense to Volstoy King. I can't explain it. If it appeals to you, follow Volstoy King. Justin Babish, I wonder if there might be other factors in play, not just the attorney delaying the deal. Yes, it could be. What could those factors be? One, that the deal is falling apart. Well, we just saw on LinkedIn that Railtown came out with news on Lang Tracks, and that AI Partners did on LinkedIn. So we know the two companies are working together. So we can put the idea that the deal fell apart to the side, I believe. What else could be happening? The lawyers could be working with the shorts. That could be happening. I think the odds of it, though, are pretty low, because I bet these attorneys have been around with AI Partners and Ruffalo and with Railtown for quite a while. What else could it be? The regulators could say, you know, we saw some things in a chat room in Vancouver, and we're a little worried that, I don't know, the material information is getting out, and we think you have to wait until that taint is diluted by time. Could be that. It could be that Railtown just discovered that Conductor is worthless and they can't make any money from it, and therefore the merger is going forward, but the merger isn't going to be very favorable to Railtown. I don't think that's the case. We just saw the information that I'm Almost Legend found on LinkedIn to show that the message is exactly the opposite from Railtown. They're very positive on what's happening. What else could it be? The lawyers are busy with another project. The lawyers are working for NVIDIA, and NVIDIA just put $5 billion in Intel, and maybe the attorneys had to put all their time on that project instead of on Railtown. I don't know. Maybe. Justin, I can't think of any other bad things that could be going on. So what good things could be going on? We know that Railtown has announced 4, whatever those things are called, corporate sales enterprise agreements, CSEs, CPEs, whatever they are, SCEs, whatever, agreements that lock in a company to buy their product. They've announced 4 of them. But we don't know the revenues because the attorneys don't finish. So we have these idiotic people coming on here saying, hey, retail's going to sell at $5 because that's what they do. Unfortunately, I sell and I never look back. All this crap I have to listen to because the attorneys can't finish. So Railtown closed at 44 cents, down 3 bloody cents because the attorneys can't finish. Well, what's the flip side of that? The flip side of that is you get a chance to buy more stock. You get a chance to buy more stock. You know the system. You know that in the over-the-counter market, that in the United States, if you are part of a fraternity of men, a very small fraternity of white men, you can use bird dogs. You can use documents probably written up by hedge funds. You can use market makers and prime brokers, and you can sell stock that doesn't exist forever. You can collude, you can communicate, you can cheat, you can steal, and you're not going to prison. We all know that. And somehow you believe every stock you hear from the charm boys, this is the one that you're going to win on. Railtown isn't part of the charm boys circuit at all. But you believe, as most people do, that the stock price is telling you something about the stock. Well, it's not. It's telling you the attorneys can't finish. They don't finish. Attorneys don't finish. Somebody in Canada has to grow a pair of balls and tell the attorneys it's time to finish. But up in Canada, they're very nice. I don't know who was better to run into when you travel, Australians or Canadians. My opinion, Canadians. They're always nice. They're always gentlemen and gentlewomen. So I'm just sorry. We're stuck in a legal limbo, and that's just how it is. But this gives you a chance to buy the stock at 44 cents. Who would have thought? But you believe that because the stock's down 3 cents, there's something wrong. And then Volstoy King tells you that you're going to sell at $5 because that's just the way it is. And you'll help out the shorts when you do that, if you do that. I think it's much more likely, Justin Babish, what's going on with Railtown. They've announced 4, whatever those things are called, uh, company sales enterprise agreements, some bloody name for them. They've announced 4 of them, but we don't know the revenue. I think it's pretty likely they have more of those. It's called a pipeline. And it may be that the attorneys are telling the company, you know what? We've got to disclose this pipeline in these documents. I don't know. I'm making that up. I don't even know if they have a pipeline, but I assume they do. I mean, I've heard that things are going great with this conductor product, so it's not hard to imagine they have a pipeline. It could be that the largest investor in Railtown died, and his wife is having an affair with the butler, and the butler lives in somewhere in Nome, Alaska, and she's unreachable, and they can't get her signature. I don't know what the hell to imagine, Justin. But what do you think's going wrong here? Do you think the deal fell apart? They just announced that both of them said something on LinkedIn at the same time yesterday, which I didn't know about. Well, it doesn't look like the deal's falling apart. What else could go wrong? What else could go wrong? Conductor doesn't work? All of a sudden they found out after 5 or 6 years that conductor is worthless? I don't think so. They just announced another product just last night. It doesn't sound like their products are falling apart. What else could go wrong, Justin? Everybody, that's what could happen. The entire team at Railtown was just hired by Windrift. And so they don't have any engineers anymore. Do you think that's it? What the hell do you think's gone wrong, Justin? It's just attorneys not finishing their work. That's all it is. That's all it is. You see, the problem is you guys still think the price is telling you something. All the price is telling you, as far as I'm concerned, is there's day traders and swing traders to the downside. The buyers can't buy because the effing attorneys never finish. I'm so sick of saying the same thing over and over again. I don't know how your brains work. Justin, what the hell could be going wrong? What is the other factor in play? What is the other factor in play? Corey Brandolini is having an affair with Dr. Kaur's wife, and that has to be disclosed? I don't... Guys, it's as simple as the attorneys have not finished getting the documents across the end zone with all the required signatures. It's as simple as that. Maybe there's a regulatory issue wrapped in. I don't know. I don't know. Oh, God. Oh. Just got to keep buggering on. KBO. Let's look at it again, what I'm Almost Legend put up. Corey Brandolini, LinkedIn. Railtown is attending All in AI in Montreal, September 24th through 25th this year. And they're going to be presenting rail tracks. Team BC. I don't know, Justin. I can't imagine what you think could be another factor. And then what he said is, we're excited to announce, this is an hour ago, we're excited to announce that Railtown AI Technologies will be demoing, I think he means demonstrating, rail tracks at the Team BC booth during All in Montreal, September 24 to 25, 2025. Come see us in action, connect with our team, and discover how we're shaping the future of AI. It's pretty exciting. That's pretty exciting. And then yesterday, he put, we're thrilled to announce the launch of our agentic framework designed to make building autonomous AI agents faster and easier. Introducing Railtracks, the open source agentic framework. This is what I'm Almost Legend pointed out to us and to me. Build complex agent flows in pure Python with local visualizations to easily debug and share your work with no sign-up required. Whether you are prototyping a Slack bot or deploying a full-scale RAG pipeline, Railtracks turns ideas into working agents in minutes, built by developers for developers. Open source, ready to roll. Start it and build with it. Your contributions help shape the future of agentic development. What do you think the problem is, Justin? Isabel Turcotte. Canada is stepping up on AI leadership. This is on Corey. Corey reposted this on his LinkedIn. Isabel Turcotte, co-founder and CEO of All In, the AI ecosystem. Canada is stepping up on AI leadership, and this week I saw it firsthand. This week brought an exceptional opportunity to engage with the Prime Minister, Mark Carney, and Canada's first ever Minister of AI, Evan Solomon, alongside a remarkable group of leaders from every corner of our innovation ecosystem. What stood out clearly, Canada is serious about AI and advanced technologies. Priorities are being set to ensure that our economy fully benefits from AI for our society, our businesses, our future. Momentum is building and exciting things are ahead. Next major rendezvous, All In, 2025, September 24th through 25 in Montreal. Then he published this one. He reposted Aaron Ballini. This is from Corey's LinkedIn. Arian Ballini. Wrapping up my second co-op term as a machine learning engineer at Railtown AI, and it's been an incredible journey. When I started, I was excited to join a fast-paced startup environment where I could challenge myself, work under tight deadlines, and learn to deliver quality results. This experience has been everything I hoped for, and so much more. Over the past few months, I've grown tremendously, both technically and professionally. From building scalable APIs and working on system design to collaborating on ML-driven solutions, I've had the chance to push myself beyond my comfort zone and learn from real-world challenges. What truly made this experience special, was the people. I've learned so much from my colleagues, Yemi Beza, Amir Rafai, Logan Underwood, Levy V, Zhen Huang, who have all been incredibly supportive, patient, and fun to work with. And special thanks to Marwan Haddad, Corey Brandolini, and Elliot Haltham. You've been such a welcoming presence and true pillars of support throughout. I'm grateful to Railtown AI for fostering such a collaborative and motivating environment, one where learning and innovation go hand in hand. Exciting to share that while my full-time co-op is ending, I'll be continuing part-time with Railtown as I head back to school. And then John Ruffalo, Corey reposted John Ruffalo. John Ruffalo, founder and managing partner 3 weeks ago, I guess, at Mavericks Private Equity. Many people ask me what digital sovereignty really means and what does it practically look like for Canada. Does sovereignty solve potentially the maligned and now canceled digital services tax? How does the United States deal with digital sovereignty? Well, look no further than the whole TikTok saga. It's all about US digital sovereignty. How did Canada react to TikTok? We want to shut down their sales office, kill a few hundred Canadian jobs, no data sovereignty, and no corporate taxation of their vast revenues in Canada. Anyway, let's leave that story. A month ago, Dr. Tom Kaur from AIP puts out on Corey's LinkedIn, it's reposted, congratulations to Railtown AI. Does that, Justin Babish, sound like a company, a deal that's falling apart? Look at this. Congratulations on the Trio team. This is from Dr. Tom Kaur. Congratulations to the Trio team, continued success. Proud to have Trio as a member of the over 180 AI company AIP affiliate network. Does that sound like, Justin, there's other factors going on than attorneys just taking their bloody sweet time? Here's Dr. Tom Kaur reposting the Railtown AI rail tracks, we are thrilled to announce. Does that sound like, Justin, that there's other factors going on? And then Dr. Tom Core says, congratulations to AIP affiliates Cohere. Cohere is one of the affiliates. Talos IoT, Canvas AI, Trampoline, Factura AI, Radium, and Realbotix, who are featured in this AIP this month's letter. Does that sound like things are going bad, Lee? Then he said, great to see AIP affiliate IRS partnering with TELUS on this project. TELUS is like, I don't know, Ma Bell. We're excited to share that our affiliate IRIS and TELUS are working together to help municipalities transform how they manage their streets. Does that sound like there's other factors going on? Everything is good. The only thing that's not happening is the attorneys are not completing the job. And it could be the regulators, it could be the business people, I don't know. But collectively, they're not pulling the documents over the finish line. That's all. We're proud to spotlight 3 of our affiliates have made the top 100 AI startups in Canada. Does that sound there's bad things going on? Guys, I don't know. I'm just bored of telling you that attorneys work in their own la-la land. And you can't do anything about it. You can't push them. You can't bend them. You can't teach them. When an attorney's wife tells him she loves him, he doesn't believe it unless it's put in the courtroom and the judge admits it into evidence. Anyway, I don't know what other factor could play. It could be the attorneys have finished and that they haven't gotten all the signatures lined up. It could be that. It could be that somewhere the regulators have found I don't know, some sort of regulatory issue that they feel needs to be addressed before the whole thing can go forward. It could be that the business has expanded so much that just as the attorneys got the documents finished, they had to go in and add in a whole nother paragraph or 5 paragraphs, which meant they had to go out and get 75 signatures again. I don't know, Justin, but I don't think it's more complicated than they haven't been able to finish the document. Giuseppe and Grano, does Railtown know who you are? You were, yeah. No, they don't know who I am. I think I've been introduced to the CEO by name, but I would doubt he knows who I am. There is a gentleman who works with the company very closely who does know who I am. But I would say they don't really know me. But they're not responsible to know me. They didn't tell me to build this position, and you built it. It's not me, it's your positions, which is great. I'm not distancing myself. I just don't want to take credit. It's your amazing work that built this position. But look, guys, they don't owe me jack shite. And I think they don't really, God, they put out on LinkedIn, both of them, AIP and Railtown. They just gave you great information, but that's not enough for you. You want them to violate the full disclosure laws so they can go to prison, just so they can treat me differently because I'm responsible for 12 million shares. Guys, it's not realistic. They cannot break the laws. The criminals can, but they cannot break full disclosure rules. And that's what you're facing. Attorneys will not finish. Maybe it's the regulators who are telling the attorneys you have to change something. Maybe out of the 500 signatures that are necessary, 5 are missing. I don't know what it is. But the documents aren't ready. What does that do to change the story? What does it do to change the upside? What does it do to change the target? Nothing. Nothing. Giuseppe, the company cannot talk to me about material inside information without breaking the law. It doesn't matter if I own 12 million shares, 1 share. They cannot talk to me about news that has not been fully distributed without breaking the law. The criminals can do whatever the hell they want. But that's just the facts. What's the price of the stock without us? That's your question. I don't want to be dismissive about what we've done collectively. I don't want to take credit for anything good. It's what you guys have, how hard you guys have worked. I don't want to be dismissive of the effect on the stock price, but I think the stock price would be exactly where it is today. I don't think we had any impact on the price. I could be naive, Giuseppe, but it's a Canadian stock. It's not an over-the-counter stock. And I don't think our buying had anything to do with where the stock is today. I think it's the Canadian buying that sets the price in the over-the-counter markets. Now, it's possible that we had an impact on increasing the short position out there. But I really think, Giuseppe, the price would be right where it is, regardless of our buying. Because we might have run it up a bit, but we're not. They're able to drive it down because we can't buy anymore. And it's the same damn process, stock after stock after stock. And people keep trying to look for rationality in it. They sell endless shares that don't exist. Doesn't matter what we buy. We don't change the price. I think the price is really set in Canada. But I might be naive, Giuseppe, and you might be right. You might be right, because we own 8 or 9% of what Yahoo says the float is. So you may be right. It's hard to prove one way or the other. But having said that, they cannot, unless they want to go to jail, they cannot tell me anything that they don't disclose to the world. My only issue with Railtown, it isn't available on the 3 brokers I currently use. Okay, well then you're going to miss. E-Trade, you can buy it on E-Trade. And I don't know if you have any, what's that one? What's the one that begins with an I? You can buy it in Canada. But if you can't buy it, you can't buy it. You're going to miss out. And I guess that's just how it goes. I think finger motion will give you something that you can talk about. But Railtown can give you 100 times your money, and you just don't have an account where you can buy it. I don't know. The account that I know you can buy it is E-Trade. I think you can buy it at Schwab, and that's probably about as far as I know where you can buy it. I think you can buy it on that company that I think begins with an I, the international trading platform, and you can buy it out of Canada. You may be able to buy it with your brokers out of Canada. But that's fine, Jeff. You're going to miss out on the trade. That's all right. Just watch it. You'll be able to say you watched it. Oh, God, this guy's here to get you guys to sell. All due respect on OTC stock trading where it is now. I don't see it achieving 55 because you know jack shit. You know jack shit. You're a day trader. You are a day trader. So Volstoy King wants you guys to know he doesn't know anything about it, but let's give him credit because he wants you selling. All due respect on an OTC stock trading where it is at right now, 45 cents. It doesn't have anything to do where it's trading right now. And it's not an over-the-counter stock. It's a Canadian stock, CSE. So sorry about that. I don't see it achieving $55. Of course you don't. You don't hold anything longer than 24 hours, unless it's a small position in finger motion. Yes, potential partners or buyout is possible. AI is speculation currently with one and only one. It's a bunch of crap. As in, there'll be another computer software where it's better. This is a bunch of crap. This is crap. You don't know what you're talking about, Volstoy King. Conductor was designed 5 years ago. It's an idea that Marwan Haddad and Corey Brandolini had. They are software developers. And the whole thing was that cybersecurity, bugs, and errors in software, how do you correct them? How do you upgrade software? And how do you do it with AI? And that's what they came up with. They came up with it first. They're the first to market. They're the best. There is no competitor. But you know what, Tolstoy King? It's a $300 billion spend every single year. $300 billion spend. They don't have to get the whole market. You don't know what the hell you're talking about, Volstoy King. I wish you would keep your bumper sticker presentations to yourself until you study AI. Morgan Stanley has come out with several videos, and I've played them here, showing that this next generation of AI is going to change everything. Data centers are changing everything. The huge new chips from NVIDIA, the concentration, the race in the United States, China, Canada, the UK, and the Middle East, it's proof to you. No, I'm not a shill or big money. I just don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but I like to pretend I do. Retail puts pennies where their dollars go. We just ride the wave. Oh, wow, I'm riding the wave. I sell, I never look back. I'm sorry, retail's gonna sell at $5. It's just the way it is. It's an over-the-counter stock at 45 cents. I just don't see it at $55. Whatever, Volstoy King. Just, enjoy your day trading. No worries, Bill. I'll enjoy your feedback. Yeah, Jeff, you're going to miss out on the trade, but that's fine. You're just going to miss out on it. I can't do anything about it. I cannot do anything about it. Here it is. Chapter 16 in the Psychology of Money. Beware taking financial cues from people playing a different game than you are. The implosion of the dot-com bubble in the early 2000s reduced household wealth by 6.2 trillion. The end of the housing bubble cut away more than 8 trillion. It's hard to overstate how socially devastating financial bubbles can be. They ruin lives. Why do these things happen? And why do they keep happening? Why can't we learn our lessons? The common answer here is that people are greedy, and greed is the indelible feature of human nature. That may be true, and it's a good enough answer for most people. But remember, no one is crazy. People make financial decisions they regret, and they often do so with scarce information and without logic. But the decisions made sense to them when they made the decision. Blaming bubbles on greed and stopping there misses important lessons about how and why people rationalize what in hindsight looks like a greedy decision. Part of why bubbles are hard to learn from is that they're not like cancer, where a biopsy gives us a clear warning and a diagnosis. They are closer to the rise and fall of a political party, where the outcome is known in hindsight, but the cause and blame are never agreed upon. Competition for investment returns is fierce, and someone has to own every asset at every point in time. That means the mere idea of bubbles will always be controversial because no one wants to think that they own an overvalued asset. In hindsight, we're more likely to point cynical fingers than to learn lessons. I don't think we'll ever be able to fully explain why bubbles occur. It's like asking why wars occur. There are almost always several reasons, many of them conflicting, all of them controversial. It's too complicated a subject for simple answers. But let me propose one reason they happen that both goes overlooked and applies to you personally. Investors often innocently take cues from other investors who are playing a different game than they are. An idea exists in finance that seems innocent, but has done incalculable damage. It is the notion that assets have one rational price in a world where investors have different goals and different time horizons. Ask yourself, how much should you pay for Google's stock today? The answer depends on who you are. Do you have a 30-year time horizon? Then the smart price to pay involves a sober analysis of Google's discounted cash flow over the next 30 years. Are you looking to cash out within 10 years? Then the price to pay can be figured out by an analysis of the tech industry's potential over the next decade and whether Google's management can execute on its vision. Are you looking to sell within a year? Then pay attention to Google's current product sales cycles and whether we'll have a bear market. Are you a day trader? Then the smart price to pay is, quote, who cares? Because you're just trying to squeeze a few bucks out of what happens between now and lunchtime, which can be accomplished at any price. When investors have different goals and time horizons, and they do have different goals and time horizons in every asset class, prices that look ridiculous to one person can make sense to another because the factors those investors pay attention to are different. Take the dot-com bubble in the 1990s. People can look at Yahoo stock in 1999 and say that was crazy. A zillion times revenue. The valuation made no sense. But many investors who owned Yahoo stock in 1999 had time horizons so short that it made sense for them to pay a ridiculous price. A day trader could accomplish what they needed to, whether Yahoo was $5 a share or $500 a share, as long as it moved in the right direction that day. And it did so for years. An iron rule of finance is that money chases returns to the greatest extent it can. If an asset has momentum, it's been moving consistently up for a period of time. It's not crazy for a group of short-term traders to assume it will keep going up. Not indefinitely, just for the short period of time they need it to. Momentum attracts short-term traders in a reasonable way. Then it's off to the races. Bubbles form when the momentum of short-term returns attracts enough money that the makeup of investors shifts from mostly long-term to mostly short-term. That process feeds on itself. As traders push up short-term returns, they attract even more traders. Before long, and it often doesn't take long, the dominant price market setters with the most authority are those with the shorter time horizons. Bubbles aren't so much about valuations rising. That's just a symptom of something else. Time horizons shrinking as more short-term traders enter the playing field. It's common to say the dot-com bubble was a time of irrational optimism about the future. But one of the most common headlines of that era was announcing record trading volume, which is what happens when investors are buying and selling in a single day. Investors, particularly the ones setting prices, were not thinking about the next 20 years. The average mutual fund had 120% annual turnover in 1999, meaning they were at the most thinking about the next 10 months. So were the individual investors who bought those mutual funds. Maggie Mahar wrote in her book Bull, quote, by the mid-90s, the press had replaced annual scorecards with reports that appeared every 3 months. The change spurred investors to chase performance, rushing to buy the funds at the top of the charts just when they were the most expensive, unquote. This was the era of day trading, short-term option contracts, and up-to-the-minute market commentary. It's not the kind of thing you'd associate with long-term views. The same thing happened during the housing bubble of the mid-2000s. It's hard to justify paying $700,000 for a 2-bedroom Florida tract home to raise your family in for the next 10 years. But it makes perfect sense if you plan on flipping the home in a few months into a market with rising prices to make a quick profit, which is exactly what many people were doing during the bubble. The formation of bubbles isn't so much about people irrationally participating in long-term pricing. They're about people somewhat rationally moving towards short-term trading to capture momentum that has begun to feed on itself. What do you expect people to do when momentum creates a big short-term return potential? Sit and watch patiently? Never. That's not how the real world works. Profits will always be chased. And short-term traders operate in an area where the rules governing long-term investing, particularly around valuation, are ignored because they're irrelevant to the game being played. That's where things get interesting, and that's where the problems begin. Bubbles do their damage when long-term investors playing one game start taking their cues from those short-term traders playing another. Cisco's stock rose 300% in 1999 to $60 per share. At that price, the company was valued at $600 billion, which is insane. Few actually thought it was worth that much. The day traders were just having their fun. Economist Birkin Malkiel once pointed out that Cisco's implied growth rate at that valuation meant that it would become larger than the entire United States economy in 20 years. But if you were a long-term investor in 1999, $60 was the only price available to buy Cisco stock. And many people were buying it at that price. So you may have looked around and said to yourself, quote, wow, maybe those other investors know something I don't, unquote. Maybe you went along with it. You even felt smart about it. What you don't realize is that the traders who were setting the marginal price of the stock were playing a different game than you were. $60 a share was a reasonable price for the traders because they planned on selling the stock before the end of the day. Oh, now they have swing traders, maybe by the end of the week, when its price would probably be higher. But $60 was a disaster in the making for you because you planned on holding the shares for the long run. These two investors rarely even know each other exist, but they're on the same field, running toward each other. When their paths blindly collide, someone gets hurt. Many finance and investment decisions are rooted in watching what other people do and either copying them or betting against them. But when you don't know why someone behaves the way they do, you won't know how long they'll continue acting in that way. What will make them change their mind, or whether they'll even learn their lesson. When a commentator on CNBC says you should buy this stock, keep in mind that they do not know who you are. Are you a teenager trading for fun? An elderly widow on a limited budget? A hedge fund manager trying to shore up your books before the quarter ends? Are we supposed to think that these three people have the same priorities? And whatever level a particular stock is trading at is right for all three of them? It's crazy. It's hard to grasp that other investors have different goals than we do, because an anchor of psychology is not realizing that rational people can see the world through a different lens than your own. Rising prices persuade all investors in ways the best marketeers envy. They are a drug that can turn value-conscious investors into dewy-eyed optimists, detached from their own reality by the actions of someone playing a different game than they are. Being swayed by people playing a different game can also throw off how you think you're supposed to spend your money. So much consumer spending, particularly in developed countries, is socially driven, subtly influenced by people you admire, and done because you subtly want people to admire you. But while we can see how much money other people spend on cars, homes, clothes, vacations, we don't get to see their goals, worries, or aspirations. A young lawyer aiming to be a partner at a prestigious law firm might need to maintain an appearance that I, as a writer who can work in sweatpants, have no need to emulate. But when his purchases set my own expectations, I'm wandering down a path of potential disappointment because I'm spending the money without the career boost he is getting. We might not even have different styles. We're just playing a different game. It took me years to figure this out. A takeaway here is that few things matter more with money than understanding your own time horizon and not being persuaded by the actions and behaviors of people playing games that are different from the ones that you are playing. The main thing I can recommend is going out of your way to identify what the game is that you're playing. It's surprising how few of us do. We call everyone investing money investors, like they're basketball players, all playing the same game with the same rules. When you realize how wrong that notion is, you see how vital it is to simply identify what game you are playing. How I invest my own money is detailed later, but years ago I wrote out, quote, "I am a passive investor, optimistic in the world's ability to generate real economic growth, and I'm confident over the next 30 years that growth will accrue to my investments." That's this author, Morgan Housel. This might seem quaint, but once you write that mission statement down, you realize everything unrelated to it, what the market did this year, whether we'll have a recession next year, is part of a game that you're not playing. So when Volstoy King gives you recommendations, he's coming from a perspective of rapid trading, hot money. I'm trying to get you to think of Railtown as not hot money, not trading money, not trading it. Now, obviously, there can come a price. Everything's always about price. It could come a price where it becomes difficult not to trade it. But we don't have enough information. And unfortunately, I just keep running my mouth because we're not going to have information until the attorneys finish. However, on LinkedIn, Corey Brandolini and Dr. Tom Core have given you information that both companies are exciting on exciting paths, and they both cross-populate their LinkedIn, so they're showing you they're both working together. I don't know what else you need to know. Oh God. It just doesn't end with this guy. Hogs get fed, pigs get slaughtered. Don't be greedy. Guys, if you want to invest by reading bumper stickers, follow Volstoy King. If you want to change your financial situation, at least in this account where your Railtown is, try to listen to me a little bit. But you got to do your own thinking. But we don't have all the evidence. Neither does Volstoy King. He's just got a bunch of hackneyed expressions. Railtown, if you hold Railtown, you're not being piggy. The people that hold NVIDIA, they weren't piggy. The people that held Amazon, they weren't piggy. The people that held Exxon were not piggy. What's piggy is trading stock like you just found another mushroom and then going to the next one thinking you found another bunch of slop. And then you trade the next one and it's another pile of manure. That's being piggy, that you think you can hop from one manure pile to the next manure pile to the next manure pile without sinking in shit. Justin Babish, a few other high conviction stocks that took too long and had 5 years after COVID and Biden are doing very well now. That's true. Middle ground. Instead of arguing, read, gather info, and be patient. Things happen when they happen. Having expectations of a time frame leads to disappointment. I agree with all that. And I guess I'm the one arguing. So I agree to your admonition. I also agree you have to be patient. And, uh, let me just show you. Uh, Warren Buffett. The stock market is a device transferring money from the impatient to the patient. Well, actually, in our case, we'd be transferring money from the impatient to the greedy ones that are impatient too, sucking up your money. But I think that's important to hear what he says. I don't know what order these are. This is the business price, $80 per month, that Brandon Neely found. This is the AI overview Brandon Neely found. AI, Railtown AI reported having over 1,150 companies or users on its platform. This comes from monthly progress report filed with the CSE. And this is another thing that Brandon sent me about what the teams pay each month. I uh, I I don't know. I didn't find this that Railtracks has a waiting list. I didn't find that. I'll try to find it. I thought I downloaded everything, um, but maybe I missed one of them. There were 5 attachments. Um, Giuseppe, we hold an ad. Buonanotte a domani. Buonanotte a domani. That's a good place to end. Buonanotte a domani. I wish everybody a buonanotte. Uh, I don't know what a domani means. Tomorrow? Anyway, I wish everyone uh, a peaceful evening. I thank you for putting up with me. I'm tired of going over the same thing. I feel like I'm just spinning my wheels. And that shows up in my voice and in my presentation. And I can't imagine why they can't finish this, but they can't. So I agree with middle ground. I agree with middle ground that having expectations of a time frame is a pain in the ass. So anyway, I'm gonna wish everyone buona notte, buona notte, buona notte, a domani.